The attack, you'll see he'll shape the ball straight from the hand in towards the left-hander, and that time just pushes it down the leg side. He has this innate ability just to swing it away from a right-hander, so into the left-hander, and then he has a large inducker, and that's he'll probably bowl it on the third or the fourth delivery just to get it to move away from the left-hander and look for that edge. He's packed the slip cordon. Again, pushes it down the leg side, does Walton, just looking for that radar. 2 slips, first time we've seen this from Zimbabwe. Early on here, there's a lot of cloud cover, so Walton expecting to get a lot of seam. Looks like they've got a second and a third slip and then a gully. That one swinging in. The umpire just leans his head to the left to see how close that was to leg stump. And Walton still looking to find his radar here. Just 3 men on the leg side for Walton. So he needs to bowl to his field to allow Greg McDonald to keep those 2 slips and a gully. And he comes in again much better, but worked off the legs to square leg. And well fielded there by Rambo. Rory McWade. The Zimbabwe international men's cricket fielding coach between the years of 1998 and 2005. The likes of Heath Streak and the Flower brothers. There's the one that goes away, and it looks like it's carried to gully. A fantastic setup there by Walton. 3 deliveries into the batsman, and one that moves away. The batsman now not happy to walk, but square leg umpire says it did carry, and what a take in the gully. Paying dividends there, having the 2 slip fielders and the gully, 3 in the cordon. And he just set the batsman up so well, did Andy Walton.
Yeah, fantastic catch there taken. That ball just
to mention who the batter was because we couldn't see his number, but it looked to be number 15, Angeli Everett. And you can see one of the batsmen there with no number on his back. That's Raj Kosji. Usually wears the number 7, but maybe his jumper got lost. And it looks like it's Ahmed Chaudhry now in number 16. He'll be facing the swing of Walton. And the slip cordon all of a sudden just a little bit tighter now. They're going with the conventional first and second slip. No gully here, Mubin, for the right-hander.
Yeah, I was about to actually touch on that. As I said earlier, the field looks really tight. 2 slips, and also there's a sort of a close guy in here at mid-wicket. So, that's a nice delivery. Just taking a bit of a pace of the ball there. Bit of a slow delivery. What I like about Walton is he's pitching the ball just on mid and outside off stump. So what he's doing is he's making the batsman play here. And the ball swinging in nicely. So, yeah, this is really good disciplined bowling so far. There we go. That's a bit of a full toss. And will he get away with this one? Yes. Umpire says he gets away with this one. Batsman a little bit upset there. That's not given a wide. Just looking at the umpires, they're thinking to himself, I think that's gone now the leg side. But nevertheless, it's the end of the over. And I'm sure Zimbabwe will be very happy with this good start.
Yeah, 2 wickets in 2 overs for our border neighbours from Zimbabwe. And I think the score is 2 for 1. 2 for 2, sorry. And okay, so there's 3 runs on the board there. Sorry, we are just having some difficulties here, but we'll sort that out as quickly as possible. And McWade will continue from the cricket net's end. McWade pitches it short. It's slapped towards mid-wicket, and Sean Lawler, nicknamed Sugar, stops that ball at mid-wicket. A missed opportunity there for Raj Kosji. The first opportunity that this American side have had, and not able to put it away. No deep mid-wicket, so if it gets past the inner ring, possibilities of some runs out there. Much better line there by Rambo. And John O'Lane there in the slips, getting ready to catch one of those edges that could fly past. Another dot ball there, but this is exactly what this American side are going to need to have to do. Build a partnership here. 45 overs is a long time. There is rain in the area, but you can't play for the rain, so you need to set up your innings properly. Oh, well bowled there, getting the batsman indecisive. He started on the back foot and then eventually leaned forward at the last minute, but you can see the tight fielding from the Zimbabwe team. No one on the ring, everyone a couple yards in from the inner ring, just applying that pressure.
Absolutely good pressure being applied here. It's coming in again. Oh, but a swing there. That's well played there in front.
3 runs, 2 wickets, third over.
That's good.
3 runs, 2.
Oh, and it's just dropped short of the fielder. That was an opportunity. It just bounced in front of the fielder. Sort of the bounces kept low there, Nick. I think it just didn't carry, but nevertheless, another good over. The ball was pitched in a really good area, so making the batsman play, and just unfortunately just dropping short of the...
Just not carrying through at the moment. We can also inform the viewers from around the world, as there are many players that have come from around for Zimbabwe. One from Auckland, New Zealand, from Perth, Australia, and even one from the UK, as we see Walton come in for his second over. Pitches it short, but it's looked to be a cut shot, but it's just flat batted past the bowler, and we see Sanjay Patel chasing off it. And the left armer just whips it in underarm there. Great fielding there by Sanjay in the middle. And a nice single there for America, taking their total to 4 now. So as I was saying, it is the end of the South African season. So a lot of the pitchers are a bit tired. They've had plenty of cricket. The club cricket scene ended yesterday for the season, and then there's this tournament that ends on Monday, and then the pitchers will get a bit of a breather, and it becomes a rugby season in South Africa. As we see this ball cut, but straight to the short cover fielder, Gary Griffiths, nicknamed Gigi.
Yeah, and just with that, we just look at the conditions. We see this. We just look at the conditions. We see the sun has come out there all of a sudden. So, and there's that wind or so. It's just seemed to have just died out at the moment. So, yeah, the conditions changing all the time. That's well played there into the gap. Fielder will be cutting it off, and they'll just cross over for the single there. So that's some good positive cricket there. At least they're looking to score, Nick, at the time where what we call the old Zimbabwe Rhodesia. So yeah, it's good to see all the guys have come back and reunited and playing some cricket. That's a brilliant shot there. Just cutting it off on the boundary, and then in the end.
A couple field changes, yeah, coming with the different batsmen. It's a very positive over here for America. The best one. And Walton just slow to get through. Zimbabwe famously at this tournament getting through. So smart work by the American batsmen just to step away, slow the game down, bat at their own speed. As that one's edge, a genuine edge between the two slip fielders. And with the speed from boundary, McWade makes chase. An edge between the two fielders, a chance there. Walton not impressed with the 60 when the ball's flying past you like that. Really difficult opportunity. And the first boundary up here for America A.
Yeah, just another opportunity. We've seen it earlier. We saw earlier the ball just dropped short the first of this time. Goes between first and second slip. So perhaps maybe Craig or Nick, maybe perhaps just they need to come a bit closer there. That just could be the tactic. Maybe just move slightly tighter. Because that was definitely a catching opportunity there. But nevertheless, it's the end of the over. And it's another good tidy over. Zimbabwe going really well here so far. I've been really, really impressed with the brand of cricket they've been playing. It's been really outstanding so far here. And we just look at that score now. The score is 11 for 2. And it's after 4 overs. I was over to touch it and say, Nick, with those full tosses, you sort of need to cash in. You need to hit those ones because that was really a bit of a dolly to hit. But nevertheless, hit straight back to the bowler. And unfortunately, didn't cash in there on that occasion. Here we go. That's a nice cut shot in the down the ball and play the ball straight. So that's some good work from Kozzy now. He realised that the ball swinging in. Oh, and he just misses that, misses the stumps, and the wicketkeeper couldn't gather that. Fortunately for the batsman, misses the stumps. But good bowling here once again. Rory McWade troubling the batsman. He's only conceded 4 runs, so he's been really, really tidy in his 3.3 overs.
Yeah, and some great footwork there by the keeper to save that from going for 4. Greg McDonald, an old Eastern Province goalkeeper, studied in Macau. Zimbabwe side as well. Cricket is all about networking, Mubin, as we see. Kozji drawing onto the front foot there, pushes it into the covers and fielded off his own bowling. There, Rambo, nicknamed by his kids the Emoji King, because if you send him one message on WhatsApp, you get about 5 or 6 different stickers and emojis from the man. That one's hit the inside edge of the bat. Is going to run to the square leg umpire. And Shugs is going to come around from mid-wicket and gets it into the keeper. And that's the end of the 7th over. Just a single at the end there. So 17 for 2. Keeping it really tight here are Zimbabwe. And this American A side with a lot of work to do with the Willow.
Yeah, just on a lighter note, I really enjoy all these nicknames.
And that one played nicely off the back foot into the covers. Bonk moves around to his left, misfields it. Usually a gun fielder in that area. You can see Walton hands on hips there. Disappointed in the star fielder. Walton sets a high standard for himself and the other Zimbabwe fielders. So we'll be a bit disappointed that they got a single off that. You can see there he was just giving us a wave. Mubin, he's really one of the characters in the Zimbabwe side. Likes to chat to the commentators. And that one's just slightly worked off middle stump to mid-wicket, but no run there. So interesting fact about Andy Walton. He enjoys a chat, and we got him in the commentary box in Distel. He came and explained 2 of his stories. So he's survived an aeroplane crash and a hippo attack.
Sure.
He's also faced Shane Warne. He's played for Kent in the UK, and he got to face Shane Warne. So he's been around the block. He played first grade cricket in Australia until the age of 52. So he really is a class cricketer. He's the most capped indoor international cricketer in the world. Holds the world record for that. He's played for Zimbabwe, England and Australia at indoor cricket. And you'll see a lot of that power coming through when he bats later on.
And most importantly, the Zimbabwe veteran side as well. So we have so many stories to tell you. That's the beauty of this Zimbabwean side and obviously of these cricketers. So many beautiful stories and so many beautiful connections, more importantly. And that's the ball just keeping low a little bit there, but eventually taken by the wicket-keeper. And that's the end of the 8th over. 20 for 2 years so far. That partnership growing now to 17 runs. And the funny part is the sun has come out here nicely. About 10 minutes ago, we had a bit of a light drizzle and a bit of a strong wind coming here, but now all of a sudden we see the sun coming out and even some people putting on some cream on their face here. So yeah, Cape Town weather, eh? We see everything in one day.
we certainly do, and it's put a big smile on Sherry's face. She's now knows she's in here for the long run. We're here all day. 90 overs of fantastic international veterans cricket, a tournament hosted here in Cape Town with 6 teams, and McWade will continue from the far end. Get some movement through the air there again. Natural swing straight from the hand.
May I just add to that as well? I just hope we actually get the full 90 overs, so we can make Sherry happier, our fellow scorer here, because it'll be good to see a competitive game here of cricket. We want to see sort of the what we call the bottom scrapers going against the top powerhouses. So it'll be good to see that the bottom scrapers, the USA veterans, can give the Zimbabwean side a bit of a go here.
Yeah, they've had a tough tournament, but they were good enough to be selected for the American A side, so they'll want to show their worth. As we see McWade get slapped over his head here, a shot of aggression by the batsman Raj Kosji, but that doesn't go to the boundary. We've had quite a lot of rain in this area in the last 24 hours, so the outfield maybe not as quick as it's been in the last week or so, but they'll come through for 2 runs there. And the first signs of Raj Kosji showing us what he's worth here at the crease. That time the swing coming a lot later in the air as the breeze picked up. And Kosji there almost falling over, but keeping his hands, getting his hands in front of his pads there so that gets his pad out the way. Still have a slip and gully in place to Zimbabwe, and that one slides down the leg side.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, really surprised the umpire, Chris Roos, just saying 1 per over. That was down the leg side. Surprised he hasn't called it a wide. It's been quite lenient on that occasion, in my opinion, but
Two deliveries away here. Wouldn't be surprised if we see the in-swinger now. No, that one just holds in its line. Big sigh there by Walton before he runs in for this delivery. There's the in-swinger there, shaped in from the hand. Just needed to pitch it up a bit more to get that batsman driving.
Yeah, that's sort of the plan. He wants him to drive. He wants him to play. He wants him to fish outside that fourth or off stump. The fourth stump, or as we call it, just outside the off stump. So I think that's his goal, just to make him play. Oh, and that one just kept low there. In fact, no, it's bowled him. He's absolutely castled him. That ball just kept low, and for the moment I thought he played it, but at the last stage we just see there the off stump, the bail just coming off. So fantastic, clean bowled him there, and to all our surprise, what a delivery! I have to say, ball kept low, ball swinged in nicely, and Andy Walton, he picks up another wicket. So fantastic stuff here for the Zimbabwean veterans, and they get the third wicket.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Ahmed Chaudhry. The ball just keeping low. But it's all about bowling the right line and length. And if you get that ball on the wickets and it happens to keep low, it's going to create a lot of problems. Chaudhry, not the tallest batsman either. He got down low to play that, but it snuck underneath his bat. And another breakthrough here for Walton. This cricket is so good. You've got to watch it first time Mobeen so that you can see what happens. The highlights package will be there later on.
Yeah, I was just actually saying, watching here, my eyesight's very good, but at first glance, I just thought that the ball actually just went outside the off stump, and then it just kept low, and it just hit the top of the bail. So, yeah, I think to all our surprise, I think the scorers here, and obviously yourself, Nicky, as well, we're all a bit surprised to see that. But nevertheless, what a delivery. And I was touching on it so many times. He just wants to keep that ball on off stump or outside off stump to make him play, to go for that drive you're talking about. So, yeah, just looking at that scorecard there now, we see the scorecard after 9 overs. We see the score is 23 for 3 at the moment. And then so far, these two bowlers, Andy Walton's picked up 2 wickets for 15 runs in his 5 overs. And then the other man, Rory McWade, he's also been impressive. He's picked up 1 wicket for 8 runs in his 5 overs. So far, so good for the Zimbabwean veterans. And then for the USA veterans, Raj Koski, Nick, he's the man. He's standing strong there. He's on 11 runs for 28 balls. And that partnership was 20 runs, but it's been broken. And we just see the new man at the crease. We're just waiting for the confirmation of who that new man is. But yeah, 3 wickets down here, and the pressure is definitely on the USAA veteran side now. They are definitely under the pump now. Oh, and he just starts out and just fishing outside that off stump, hands on heads, and Rory McWade, he thought he's in business there once again. Just misses that outside edge. In fact, the new man at the crease now we have is Syed Abi Nakvi. So he's the new man at the crease here.
McWade goes short and wide, and it's cut, but straight to Gigi. And Gary Griffiths there doing the fielding, no run to him. So nicely timed off the willow by Raz Kosji, but unfortunately finding the fielder. Zimbabwe still employing a 6-3 field here. They've got a 1.5 slip and a gully. It's tossed up, it hits straight back to mid-off. 1 bounce into the hands of Tom Rudd. Some of the fielders thought there was a chance there, but that ball falling well short of Rudd at mid-off. But good to see McWade drawing the batsman out to those expansive drives. That time Kosji just showing respect to McWade, getting on the front foot. Maybe planting it a bit early, needs to be careful he doesn't get shaped back into the pads. And building a small innings here is Raj Kosji. 11 off 32. He'll need to anchor the side now after losing 3 of the top 4 batsmen. He cuts it through, and that's going to race away between the 2 fielders. There's a big chase here by Mark van Staden. Van Staden coming all the way from Auckland, New Zealand to participate in this internationals cricket tournament here in Cape Town. He's come a long way and certainly has put his hand up for that team of the tournament. Had a fantastic couple of games, has Mark van Staden, both with the bat and ball. We see McWade into the crease again. And that's the end of another good over from Rory McWade. Just the two coming from it. Now 10 runs off his 6 overs with that solitary wicket. Zimbabwe really on top and all over this American A side.
Yeah, 25 for 3.
As he's erring on that nagging length there and trying to hit the pads is Walton. It's a bit of a if you miss, I'll hit situation here for Navki. And Nakvi there driving it down to Patel at mid-off. Patel previously a manager on all the tours for the Zimbabwe veteran side. This time coming as a player and really enjoying his time out there in the middle today. He'll be hoping to get a bit of a bowl later on. And to answer your question after this delivery, and that's a much quicker one there from Walton. Outside off stump, shoulders, arms from Nakvi. And not causing any trouble for himself. I think in today's preparations are more preparations for the final tomorrow. So I'm sure the bowlers are going well here. They'll look to keep them on, bowl them through. And then bring a couple of their other players on. I see Gary Pentland Smith, the fines master for the tour. He's on. He picked up a couple against Wales on Friday, getting his first opportunity to bowl there. Went in his 4 overs, 2 for 21. As we see a play and miss, and McDonald not able to grab that. And that's the end of the 12th over, 25 for 3. A maiden over there from Walton. His stats now 2 for 15 in his 6. And you'd find it quite difficult to see why the captain wouldn't want to keep them on. But as we've been speaking about that, Mobeen, a change of bowler, yeah. Peter Sands Thomas, the quickest bowler in the Zimbabwe side, and possibly the quickest at the tournament. If he gets it right, this American A side might find themselves in a spot of bother, especially those balls that keep a bit low. You need to play with a straight bat here. Nicknamed the Bonk, and Duracell Bunny for his fielding efforts there by Eugene Molian on Monday. Last week, yeah, at Claremont on the top field. He throws himself around in the covers all afternoon on Monday. And he'll look to do much of the same this morning. But now into the attack. That ball goes straight up into the air. Wicket taking opportunity here. Van Staden backtracks and fingers up. And the change of bowling has brought the wicket. Peter Sands Thomas into the action early on. The bonk creating trouble for American A.
Yeah, I touched on it in the previous overs.
One thing about Cape Town is all the grounds have got magnificent views. But we did go to Western Province Cricket Club the other day, and there were no clouds in sight, so the mountain was just showing off. And as we walked there, all the Zimbabweans, myself as a South African, and the Welsh side arrived, and we all took out our phones and started snapping photos. Today, the mountain to our left covered in clouds, but fortunately keeping the rain away, which keeps Sherry happy here from Pitch Vision, and she's hoping American A put a big partnership here and can bat deep into their 45 overs.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so for our scorer here, our lovely scorer here. We have to say thank you for the people at Pitch Vision for giving us these beautiful pictures and starting us over here in the second delivery. Yeah, just touching on that, we have so many people that have been impressed by the standard of cricket, number one, and number two is the broadcasting. Pitch Vision here, they've really set the standards, and I've got so many friends and so many. We talk about connections, Nick, earlier. There's so many connections around the world. A couple of days ago, we had Peter Jones, the wicketkeeper who's playing today. He said to us that his daughter has been watching the tournament from Netherlands. So look at that. I mean, this game has been broadcast in Europe, in the Netherlands. So yeah, great to see that so many people from around the world have been tuning into this Over-60s tournament, and it's really, really a good thing to see. And we just say thank you to the Zimbabwean guys here for providing us some refreshments here. Really, really kind guys.
Yeah, this is the Zimbabwean manager. As we see one just run down and GPS running after it, Gary Pentland Smith. And he gets there and he'll whip it into Van Staden, who gets it to the keeper. So to my left is the Zimbabwean manager, nicknamed the second most famous person in the Cape because he's got the same name as Graham Smith. But I told him our Graham Smith is the real one and the number one here in the Western Cape. So this is the second most famous Graham Smith.
I asked him, would you like to join us on commentary for 5 minutes?
I will in a second. I'll let him just go a little bit, then we'll have a quick chat.
He allows me to chat about him every time he walks around, as we see the bonk coming in.
Thank you. Just a bit of excitement.
And we do apologize for talking while the bowlers are at the crease. Just passing the mic around here. Sometimes we get excited and forget to look at the bowler. We'll get it on a stand soon. And that's a much better ball there by Bong to the left-hander, who guides it down to third slip Patel. And that's going to be the end of the over here. Peter Sands Thomas picking up a wicket on his first delivery and then going for 2 runs. The score now 27 for 4 after 13.
For last 2 overs for Jinx. Yeah. You want to join us? Graham Smith. Yeah, so we have 2 overs remaining just for the drinks break, and we're just gonna have a guest here. He's the Zimbabwean manager, as my esteemed commentator said. His name is Graham Smith as well. So Graham, just have to ask you is just your overall thoughts about the tournament so far. Your guys have been playing some superb cricket here, 4 out of 4, and just your overall impressions about Zimbabwe and the tournament as well.
Well, I think it's more about the whole tournament. I mean, teams from all around the world, USA by 2, South Africa by 2, Wales, Zimbabwe. Just the general level of cricket has been incredible. It's great to see the following because of the live streaming and to you guys commentating. The standard has been incredibly high. In actual fact, it's superseded what I thought. And the spirit has been played in a very good way. It was not all about winning. It's about the camaraderie and everything of meeting from around the world.
Fantastic. And my fellow commentators actually spoken about you guys have so many guys that are based outside Zimbabwe. Just how easy or how difficult has it been to connect with everyone? Because we had a couple of guys from New Zealand coming in, from England. So how easy or how difficult has it been to connect together and also just keep each other as a squad together?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We got a network of people. We haven't got a lot of people in Zim. And we're scattered all around the world, even in the States. And yes, we got an Aussie, he's a Zimbabwean born, obviously, a New Zealander as well, a guy from England. We got guys that couldn't come from Canada. But it's blended very well because very like-minded, and we have one mission, and that's to play good cricket and enjoy ourselves and represent the country.
Just one final question before I give it to Nick. Just in terms of the action on the field, you guys are unbeaten so far. Just looking to win this tournament to hopefully get that win tomorrow in the final.
Yeah, it's going to be it's a tough one. We got to win this one first, obviously, and I think South Africa or Wales is going to come at us properly, and yeah, we're in to win it, but we've played it in the right spirit and we're in a winning mode.
Absolutely fantastic. Here we go, Nick.
Graham, I see today you've got a slight outfit change. As we see that ball on the pads from start and worked to short mid wicket, and the bonk there doing the work. Graham, can you explain why we've got the big bow tie on today? Are you celebrating anything, or did you get a bit of a fine?
Well, as you probably know.
And just worked off the legs there again, but this time squarer. And Bong quickly goes and covers that over. If you can just walk us through this wonderful outfit you've got on today.
Well, as you know, there's no charity in the Zimbabwe side. If you do anything wrong, you immediately get fined. I managed to sit on a K-Light cooler box and fell straight through it this morning, broken the cooler box. I've got a very wet backside, and now I'm wearing a wonderful bow tie. That's the reason.
And if anyone wants to know what the images looks like, it's a big yellow bow tie with red polka dots, almost one that a clown would wear. So it is the Zimbabwean colours. As we see the end of another over, just one more over to go until drinks. It's 29 for 4. Graham, Zimbabwe in a great position. Yeah, the two openers taking those scalps, and then the Bong coming on to get one with his first delivery.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the guys have always bowled well up front. Just to mention that I think it's probably going to be Gary Penland-Smith's last game, so I'm hoping that he's going to come on shortly. We're going to take the pace off the ball, let the guys actually hit it, and let the boys just have their run.
And then, just from our side, we'd like to say thank you very much for taking your time out to have a nice conversation with us. It's nice to have some guests on commentary with us. We've had the past players, we've had a coach, we've had a spectator the other day actually having, but today we have a manager. So it's nice angles to get. So we'd like to say good luck, Graham, and all the best for tomorrow as well.
And thank you for inviting me to have a chat.
And that was the Zimbabwean manager, Graham Smith. We say thank you very much. And Nick, it's great to have so many different perspectives and so many different angles from different voices. So, yeah, fantastic stuff here.
Yeah, you make me look bad. I haven't invited my team manager to have a word with me the whole week because we talk a lot in between the games. So, I'm sure... Graham Smith is now his favourite commentator, but but I'm going to work hard to get back in his books as the Bonk's going to take a wicket. Oh, that one's worked there to the short fielder Mick Wade now, just in the eye line of the batsman. So smart captaincy, as I've seen all tournament from Greg McDonald, one of the smartest captains I've seen on the cricketing field. Just makes the right bowling changes and field settings at the right time, adapts his batting order when necessary, and makes everyone feel part of the team. A big drive outside off stump there, well taken by the captain McDonald.
One thing I've picked up here from Peter
Welcome back to the second power play where we see Mark van Staden getting ready. And it's indicated there by Ivan de Jong. Gary Pentland Smith there just off screen, just waving to one of the Zimbabwean supporters. Stays here in Cape Town. Once got a shirt from Andy Walton a couple tournaments ago. And has come to all the Zimbabwean games. Driven off the back foot straight away, but Bonk there doing the work in the covers, quickly gets around. So good to see by the 61-year-old moving around swiftly to his left there. Just a change in field here for that left right-hand partnership. Always causes trouble for the field inside, having to switch their fielders. Just bringing someone into the eye-line again. Van Staden a great line and length. He's going with the 5-4 field. Slip. Almost a wide third slip gully. Point cover, mid-off. Tries to drive that, but with no conviction from the batsman. And they've got a mid-on, a square leg, and a short fine leg. And just bring someone to a silly mid-on position there. Rambo, you can see him just to the left of screen. No helmet, and you can see why the nickname Rambo is so fitting, as the batsman there just works that off his legs very fine, and they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, it's that man again. Suck.
So today he's actually come up with very good, surprisingly very good in the 6th day. The other day, 2 years ago, actually, Neil had it at number 9. Now, he's making the joke, he's told us that's what the problem is. There's a good score up, and it's just a lot of support. Actually around. I think it's good he's coming from early because it's plenty of overs here for the USA. That's tossed up nicely. Beautiful cover drive. That was way too deep, and that is an excellent shot there from Nakvi. It's full, it's wide, it's also deep. Great cover drive. That's the shot of the day so far.
That shot, there's been a lot of deliveries trying to entice that driver, and just got slightly too far from starting. Shot there through the covers.
Yeah, just a bit of spoken about list the wickets, list the wicket keeper, and then what you see the boundaries. So it's a bit of bonus runs here now at the moment. Runs this point to Gary. Down there. Promise really continue to be bowling really fast also for the Sanders Thomas. Only conceded 2 runs in his 2 overs, so he's been really busy. Oh, just fishing inside the stump there. Sankar Jayaram. The Sanders Thomas just couldn't make it play there. On that occasion, he sticks up the back, fishes outside the off stump. So just needs to be careful there. Doesn't want to throw his wicket away. Concentrate here now. That's lovely. Still play. Very struck there. midfielder and midfield. So, yeah, it's like a player. Not a guy who's going to score a lot. I have to say this, I spoke to Nick about him as well. He likes to play like this. He's meant for long field, so someone just needs to score people. Moment, he's the first 19, 11 for 3 runs, so again, me once again, sometimes you get still leave it. Say to yourself, you know what? It's outside stuff. It's need to be played. Hit it, just hopefully with the keeper. I don't take any chances here. We're side at 37-4. So we're trying to keep it simple here as the batting side. Sammy Thomas. So yeah, so just touching on it as well. Sanka Jair, he's only scored 3 runs and 21 runs. We've spoken about this before. He's a guy who's going to occupy. He's not going to score. But yeah, never is. He won the space and just come here on Sandy Thomas.
Onto the wickets, unfortunately. That's a real sound
Technical difficulty, but we're back on air. That score now 38-4, and we see the 2 deliveries to come here from Mike van Staden.
That one hits the pads, as I thought I was back in the Eastern Cape for a while there, but always make a plan when things aren't right. To my left here, we've got Sherry. Now the Good delivery there from Van Staden, and that ends the over. Just that wide coming off it. So 38 for 4 after 18 overs. Good start after the drinks break for the Zimbabwean side. Always say when you do a job, go above and beyond. And Sherry for Pitch Vision certainly doing that. One might say you were to give a standing ovation. But she holds a stand in the distance.
Yeah, we have a bowling change here from the far side on your screen. We have Pentland Smith coming on, and he is replacing Sandy Thomas. So yeah, we have an option, and also we're going to be joined by one of the Zimbabwean sort of diehard fans. She's
Every single day, and just can you tell us a bit about your experience when it starts from your name and video format and so far, are you doing it? Yeah, just like I said, you should South Africa kept on using that was either
and seeing as you know, my name is Mubin, by the way, Mubin and Nick. Yeah, so just looking at the player, and because you're such a fanatical fan of this side, who's your favorite player? I have to ask you first of all. That's the first question. Just the question, favorite player, and then also you haven't told us where in Zimbabwe you're from. Are you from Harare, Bulawayo? Sort of. Yes. Look, I've been to Zimbabwe before. So can you just tell us where exactly you are from in Zimbabwe, and also your favorite player?
Andy Walton has to be my favorite player. I mean, he bats, bowls, fields super well.
Pretty much does everything.
Yeah, he does. He's the guy that you can go to rely on. So if he stays in, then we know we're going to be making a good contribution. And then, yeah, I'm from Harare.
That's fantastic. And have you?
I try to go back every 2 years. My parents come and visit me here to get a break from the craziness there, and then I go back because I wish I could live in Zim and do stuff, but unfortunately, in my profession, it's quite hard to make a living out there in Zim.
My last question before I give over to Nick, your profession. Tell us, what is your profession? Because you're all a good supporter. You seem like a very friendly person as well. But so, what is your profession?
I'm a biokineticist.
Fantastic. So you are actually in the sports industry. You understand cricket and sports. So yeah, very very interesting, Nick. We have a really wild character in Stacey. She seems like she has a lot of energy, a lot of fun, friendly face. So fantastic. Really great to hear stories from the Zimbabwean fans.
Change of bowling here. Kevin Shadders coming into the attack as Stacey beats me to it. Stacey being a biokineticist, I can certainly pass it on to the Zimbabwean side, although I'm sure they know your stats as well. They always take a biokineticist on tour, and if they can take you to their cricket games with their big World Cup in Toronto next year. See one there, back with a point cut there. John O'Lane, and ever the enthusiast here, Stacey, just giving a shout out to Shadders. You even know all their nicknames. I'm very impressed with your stats here, Stacey.
Shadders, actually, the majority of this team I didn't know the over-60s the first time I seen them, but because I'm part of the team, so I knew Michael started and Andy Walton from the 50s World Cup in 2020 when everything was shut down and then we came back again 2023, started in the same place that we ended at Cape Town. And from there, when I was seeing all of the people were playing like Rory McQuaid, like I recognized the name, so I was just saying to the kids, like, I've never met the parents of some of these, but I was like, is it Heidi McQuaid? His daughter was also at school with us, so yeah. It's quite an interesting getting to know
See there, Shadders down the leg side, and Stacey even gives that one. The diehard fan says that is a one, and they'll trot through for an extra one there as well. Stacey's been fantastic to chat to you, and we hope that you can join us later as you do your walk around the fields and you plant yourself in different areas wherever the sun and the shade is, depending on the day. And we certainly do hope you come join us during the batting innings and sit with the wives that have come down from Zimbabwe. You yourself from Zimbabwe, so friendly and welcoming. I've never met such inviting people such as the Zimbabwean over-60s team. So it will be great to have you there with us afterwards as well.
Just one final question for her, and it's maybe a bit of an obvious question, but do you think Zimbabwe, what's the prediction for Zimbabwe going to win today? And could tell us by how much and how handsomely?
Well, I reckon at this point, unfortunately, that run rate is looking pretty low, so I reckon we're probably going to win by 10, because that might be a little bit presumptuous of me.
Wow, and that was one of the Zimbabwean diehard fans, Stacey. Great to have her on commentary, Nick. She knows her cricket, she knows her players, and she certainly is part of the family, as we say, or part of the team. So we'd like to say, Stacey, good luck and all the best for the rest of the tournament as well, because tomorrow's the final. So hopefully we see you tomorrow again.
That's my admin day.
Fantastic. See you, Stacey, and back to you, Nick.
Yeah, thank you, Stacey. And the final at Western Province Cricket Club tomorrow, so we'll see you there. And please come have a chat with me in the commentary booth tomorrow as well. And there she goes, the diehard fan, carries the flag wherever she goes around the field, knows every player by name, their nicknames, and apparently even their family members. And I know why Waltz is really her favourite cricketer, because the last time they were here, Waltz gave her one of the players' jerseys that says Walter. So she's got LaRue. LaRue is not here. She got that at the Over-50s World Cup. And the last time Waltz was here in South Africa, he gave her a playing shirt, and just a die-hard fan is Stacey. Back to some of the serious stuff now. Some good cricket being played here by both teams. America now just trying to work a partnership. Gary Pentland Smith, a deep squats there, and this Gary Pentland Smith's last fixture for the Zimbabwe over-60 side. He lives here in Cape Town, runs a bed and breakfast. He floats one up, but this time it's hit there. One bounce before Mark van Staden. Strong arm, but still making through for the single. Yes, Stacey in the background there clapping, really enjoying the fielding by the Zimbabwean side.
Yeah, great. Just have to say thank you very much, Nick, for getting Stacey. Great.
Away backward of point, and McWade after it. Hopefully we're going to see him zip one of them over the stumps as the batsman turn. There's a run opportunity here. Great throw by McWade, but they just struck through for the two there. I don't want to come across biased as I've been travelling with the Zimbabwean side the whole week, but I think from this point, 49 for 4, and we're nearly into the halfway stage. I don't think America will be able to post the total substantial enough for Zimbabwe. I stand corrected, but I think there are 4 centurions already in this tournament from Zimbabwe. Andy Walton's lowest score being 47. As we see one down the leg side there, so Walton went 107, 68, 89 and 47 in the 4 games that he's played, and he comes in at number 3, and the ball just sounds different coming off his bat. And we've had Parham, who's been rested today for the final tomorrow. He's scored 100. McWade has scored 100. That's driven straight to Bonk in the covers. McWade with 100 and a 50. The captain came in with 40 odd the other day, so all the batsmen chipping in at the moment. As we see Tom Lane nicknamed John Wayne, shake of the head there. Eugene Molian giving John Lane that nickname for his swagger in the field on Monday. That's the end of the over, and we do apologise for talking while the bowler's at the crease. Sherry is shaking her head quite often, but we'll be better, Sherry. We've got a couple more overs to get it right here.
Yeah, there, 50 up. More importantly, 50 up for 4 year after 21 overs. We're coming to that halfway stage, as I said. So 50 for 4, and that partnership is actually growing nicely. 25 runs, and that run rate at the moment 2.4. So yeah, there we go. Just looking at that scorecard so far here, you see 50 for 4 after 21 overs, and then we're looking at that bowling side. You see Andy Walton, he's picked up 2 wickets for 15 runs in 6 overs, and then Sanders Thomas, so very, very tidy there, 1 for 2 in 3 overs, so he kept it really, really tight. And then Rory McWade also picking up that 1 wicket for 10 runs in 6 overs, and then We have the other guy, your favorite, I think his name is Mike van Staden. Nick, he's gone for 0 for 7 in his 3 overs. So, yeah, good bowling from the Zimbabweans, but this partnership is growing nicely. All fighting hard here, Nakvi and Jayaram. So, we still have a game on here.
You always set me up, Mobeen, with these big statements and then pass the mic to me. So I think a competitive total here for America, if they can try get to 130, they need to score 80 more runs. Yes, Sherry, I did it. I kept quiet as you came to the wicket there, but that one goes down the leg side. So I think if they can get to 130, that will be a fantastic total from this position. I'm not sure it will be as competitive as they would like it to be, but you never know. A couple of good deliveries up front could make the Zimbabweans nervous. But what we do see just off screen, you see them rush onto the screen from the right there, is 2 fielders at silly mid-off. One almost at a silly point, just slightly squarer on the crease there. That's Rory Rambo McWade. Cut very late. Backward a point to Sugar. And Sugar gets through there. Another single for this American batting partnership. They're slowly starting to build something here are Nakvi and Jayaram.
As I told you, Nick, I've been watching Sankar Jayaram very closely, and also when we had Peter Davies, Peter Jones, his fellow player, was telling us that Sankar Jayaram has the ability to bat the whole innings. He's that type of player. He doesn't look to score, as I said. He's just looking there to occupy the crease. And so far, 33 deliveries, only 3 runs. So he's got the ability to really bat. And we had 21.2 overs. So I would be surprised if he bats till 40 or 41 overs, because he has the patience, he has the dedication, and he's not looking to score big runs here. So he's just going to play straight. Doesn't have a lot of feet movement. That occasion just tossed up, and that's hitting the gap. They're gonna just get a single. So Nakvi also looking to score now. He's sort of more the aggressive player compared to Sankar Jayaram, who, as I said, he's not looking to score, not at all. He's just looking to sort of block it out or nudge it into the gap, and he's just looking to stay as long as possible out there.
Played to the silly mid on there. That's the end of the over. 53 for 4. I feel like in this power play, this American A side are really going to have to try and go after the bowling. Allowed 4 fielders out at the moment are Zimbabwe, but looks like they're just keeping one out, almost just on the out of the inner ring. So trying to apply the pressure here is Greg McDonald, a fantastic captain, cool, calm and collected. I think that's the phrase I've used for him the most in this tournament. Nothing phases Greg there behind the stumps. The replacement keeper as John Jamison, as Toys meniscus, going for operation. Drives it down the ground towards mid on. Mike van Staden with the long barrier there. Doffs the cap. It's lovely to see. Still at the age of 61, getting down there and doing the long barrier, something we taught at a young age. Another one there to Tom Rudd.
Nathan, one of our fellow commenters, he was actually talking about it on Friday. He was saying that's the first thing you get taught when you field, just a long barrier, getting behind the ball, making sure that ball doesn't go through your leg. So, yeah, just the basics of cricket. Oh, that's played over the top. Great shot, great intent shown there. Excellent shot, and that's a much needed boundary there. So, Nakvi, he's not hanging around here now. He's decided to take it to the Zimbabwean attack, and Pentland Smith there just gets punished there for 4 runs.
doesn't like too much silence here in the com box, just to rattle off some words. So there's Gary Pentland Smith, who been coming in off a short run up, looking to turn the arm over. A couple of tweakers turning off the wicket. Greg McDonald waits patiently behind the stumps, spreading the field slightly more after that shot. They've dropped 1-2 deep mid wickets. Andy Walton. That one's just driven straight to bonk in the covers. Rory McWade playing sweeper on the offside. Looks like Mike van started just not on the boundary, but slightly deeper there at a long on. That ball just edged to Shugs there at short third man. See the Morkel turn at the top of his mark. Pentland Smith floats it up. It's driven through the covers. But as I mentioned, that one straight on the stumps there from Shaggers. Very friendly man is Kevin Shadwell. I'm sure he would have enjoyed the off day yesterday. Lots of rugby for him to watch. And Shadders there gets between pad and stumps. Greg McDonald looking for the stumping. As I mentioned earlier, Shadders are ex-international rugby ref, but said he is a big supporter of the Springboks. And that's driven straight down the ground to Waltz at mid-on. As mentioned, Stacey's favourite player.
Yeah, definitely.
See, Stacey must get a tremendous amount of steps on that Garmin watch of hers, because she just walks non-stop.
She looks like a fitness fanatic.
And Ivan de Jong there signalling a wide with the line that Shadders bowls here over the wickets, left arm over. Really just allows you just to slide that ball down the leg side, and anything down the leg side in this tournament, the umpires have been quite strict. Finds his line better this time, and it's driven straight to Sanjay Patel at mid-off. So again, just bowling to his field. An excellent field placing here by the wicketkeeper, Greg McDonald.
This ball over the top, just watch. You can straight there.
Tossed up there by Shadwell. And driven again to Sanjay Patel at mid-off. So this becoming a really tidy over by Shadwell. Slow medium pace is Kevin Shadwell. You could almost classify him as a spinner with the speed through the air and the flight that he gives. And that's the end of the 24th over. 59 for 4. And American A side really need to look to improve their run rate. At the moment, just going at about 2.5 and over.
Yeah, I think the important part is, Nick, I have to touch on this. I think the important part is they haven't lost a wicket for a very long time now. So they're 59 for 4 here. They're fighting back. They're showing sort of their resilience here to fight back. And it's good to see that Nakvi and Jayaram, they're sort of trying to reconstruct this innings, put it that way. So yeah, and it's good to see them showing a good lot of fight in this game, because the Zimbabwean veterans, everything has gone their way in terms of the bowling. They've really bowled well. They haven't really given a lot of extras, and we've seen some good fielding as well. So it's good to see that the USA veterans are fighting back here. They're still in this contest, and if these two guys, can just sort of bat to as deep as possible to that 45 overs, you never know. You could see a competitive total here. You never know.
Pentland Smith thinking he was in with a chance there. Just worked off the pads to short fine leg. Sugar getting involved there in the field. What has been lovely to see is 5 or 6 of the partners of the Zimbabwe players have come out to support them this tournament. It's lovely to, as we see a big cut shot there. Dangerous shot to play with a slip in play.
If I could just touch on
A slow death there by Chris Rus. Zimbabwe looking to get a team hat-trick here. Pentland Smith amongst the wickets, 2 in this over. And it looks to be the big man there that you mentioned, Pardeep Gill.
Yeah, he's been one of the impressive
20 overs, and to get closer to that 80, 90 run mark, they are just going to have to bat time at the wickets. Hopefully a couple wides will come their way, a single or two every over, and every now and again putting the bad ball away to the boundary. But it's not looking very promising as the 8th batsman strolls to the wicket, and that looks to be Bharat Patel in jersey number 3. So he's going to join Nakvi. And you can see the Zimbabwean side now looking to pressurize the batsman. Couple men here standing on the square. Look to have a first, looks like Tom Rudd going to second slip. Patel at gully. And someone just in front of square coming in for the hat-trick delivery. Gary Griffiths, Silly Madon. Looks like Rory Rambo McQuaid. Sean Lawler Shugs. He had a leg slip. And then Shadders just halfway down the track in the batsman's eye line. Lots of pressure here to absorb by Bharat Patel. Pentland Smith just needs to land this in a good area. If it hits the pads, you know they'll go up. He floats it up, and it's well played by Patel. A big cheer there from the Zimbabwe boys. GPS puts it on the tracker. And that's the end of a great over there by Gary Pentland Smith, putting the pressure on the American A batters.
Yeah, talking about putting on the pressure, I haven't seen in a very, very long time so many fielders coming so close to the batsman. It's good to see they're putting that pressure on him, allowing him to settle. But really interesting tactic there, Nick. Really, really interesting to see everyone coming close in and applying that pressure, trying to squeeze the batsman, forcing him probably just to play a stroke, maybe get a nick or an edge. So yeah, here we have it. 25 overs gone, 59 for 6. If you've just joined us, we still have that man Syed Abid Naqvi. He's on 16 runs and he's faced 52 or 42 deliveries rather. And the new man is Bharat Patel. As you said, he just survived that last over where all the fielders came close in to apply that pressure. So we have the rugby referee, the former rugby referee, Shadwell, the left armour. He'll be continuing to bowl here. And he'll be bowling to Nakvi. He's been the one player who's taken the game to Zimbabwe. Let's see what he can do. There we go. Playing a great shot, but there's protection on the boundary. He just crosses for a single. But there we go. Nick, as I said, he's the one guy, he's the only guy actually in this innings who's actually looked to score, which is really nice to see from Nakvi. Very positive. Despite losing all the wickets at the other end, he's trying to get the innings going here.
Yeah, just moves them up to 16 off 43 deliveries. Patel on strike now. Shadwell floats it up. A bit of movement off the wicket there. It seems a slow left arm. Big excitement here in the commentary box as Shadwell just floats one up there. You need to play him as a spinner, as a batsman. He's just slow and flights it through the air, just releases it slightly further in his delivery slide. And there it goes to a silly mid-off rather.
Shadwell's been on the money here. His length, I really like this length he's bowling. He's hanging that ball up there. Bowling it nice. Zimbabwe will be absolutely delighted here. There was a great work behind the stumps with the wicketkeeper. Quick hands, and he took advantage of Bharat Patel, just foot outside the stumps. So great wicket keeping there, I have to say, from the Zimbabwean wicketkeeper. On the other side, though, the USA veterans, I have to say, someone needs to support Nakvi here. It is really disappointing to see that no one can really support Nakvi. He's been the one guy who's, as I said, I've said it on a number of occasions, he's been the one guy who's been dangerous. He's looking to score, but he hasn't had support from the other end. And you know what? Cricket's about, or batting's about partnerships, Nick. You got to build partnerships, and that's the way you accumulate runs, and that's how you put runs on the scoreboard.
How many overs have we had? The umpires also.
26.3.
26.
26.3.
We're just signaling to the umpire, the Ivan Bailos de Jong. We've had 26 overs so far and 3 balls remaining in this over. So, yeah, it's really a tough ask here for the USA veterans to come back.
And GPS flats it up there, making the batsman raise his eyes. It always makes them think that they can go big. But good patience shown there by the new batsman. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to update on your screens. And he goes on the back foot there, very dangerous. For the batsman to go on the back foot there to GPS. He's got 2 stump-ins already, so you know he looks to draw the batsman out the crease. Floats it up again. Big defensive block there from the batsman. And that looks to be Amir Bag in jersey number 1. And that's the end of the over. Another good over by Gary Pentland-Smith.
Yeah, as you call him, GPS, Gary Pentland-Smith there, just ending that tidy over. What I like about his spin, he's been tossing the ball up nicely. He's really giving it a lot of flight. Not afraid, not scared to give it extra flight. So I like what I see from GPS there, as we call him. And we have Shadwell just continuing here. He's going to continue with his left arm slow pace bowling. If you've just joined us now, the score is 62 for 7, and Zimbabwe just require another 3 wickets just to bowl out the USA veterans. 3 wickets remaining here. Nick, it's all to play for. 3 wickets only. That's well played there on the front foot. There we go.
Yeah, and it must be getting hot out there. The Zimbabwe field is just asking when.
Yeah, I just need to correct that score there. We have actually Bharat Patel. He started the crease. So the guy that actually was out, who's got stumped, was actually Nakvi, the dangerous man. So just to correct the viewers that have come out there, we just apologize for the score correction. And also, the correct guy was given out was actually Nakvi. He's the guy. He was the dangerous man. And it's another wide there. So, yeah, just starting off here with 2 wides, sliding down the leg side here. Shadwell just needs to keep his discipline now. Not do anything silly. Not bowling any more extras, because it's been a really good innings from the bowlers. And Zimbabwe do not want to spoil this. That's a better lane. That's a bit straight there. Bit of a slow delivery. Just varying his delivery on that occasion. But yeah, speaking about wides though, you don't want to be giving wides unnecessarily at this stage because the scorecard's looking really good for Zimbabwe. As I said to our score on the right hand side, I said Zimbabwe could get these guys out for 70. It's very much still on here because we're into the tail now. Oh, and another wide. I just spoke about 3 wides in this over. Oh, Kevin Chadwell. I don't think his captain will be very happy with this.
Yeah, he's, the only reason why his captain won't be happy is he's made him stretch there and he's still lying down pretending like he's going to get it. Good humour in the Zimbabwean side, and they are not afraid to bring up some banter between each other, and that will be remembered for a long time from Shadders. That time a lot better, but flicked off his legs, and Tom Rudd and Mark van Staden, lots of work to do here, backward of square. It almost runs to the boundary, but van Staden quick enough to cut it off, and he'll whip it in. One bounce to the keeper. A big comment there from the cover fielders for Shadders not to change a thing, just to bowl that same delivery. And it's got to do with his front arm, his leading arm there. He just falls away a lot quicker. And that one's worked off the glove.
Well, 66 for 7 there, if I could just give a correction, after 28 overs. And then that run rate is still 2.4. And the man now on strike we can have is Bharat Patel. And he's joined by that new guy, Amir Mirza Baig. That's his name, Mr. Baig, as they call him. That's nicely tossed up. Nicely played down to the ground. Back to the bowler. Yeah, the left-hander there, Bharat Patel. He's on 1 run, faced 12 balls. Yeah, they've got to do something different here now because it's into the tail. They've got nothing to lose. I think the mentality must be, let's go after it. There we go. I just said it, go after it. Gets a slight edge there, but luckily Patel comes around and they just cross over for the single there. So, very fortunate there for Bharat Patel. The ball was in the air, but landed safely in front of the fielder, Patel.
As we see the manager and clown for the morning, Graham Smith, and the Bio Nats walking around, not having to strap up too many players this morning. Something about the Zimbabwean side, Mubin, is they love to dance. So if we play some music later, Nats jumps onto it straight away. Likes to, as you say, boogie. No. Bit of a comedian here, Nats, in front of us.
Show some moves, guys.
GPS in the wickets here, Graham. It's lovely to see for the man in his last event. He floats it up there, brings the batsman onto the back foot, and straight away McDonald calling in the reinforcements. And it's that man, Rambo. No helmet, no box needed. He just marches in. A deep squat there from the 61-year-old. Many youngsters can't get into that position. Floats it up, and Rambo with the dive to his right. He's all over it. Just a quiet word with the batsman there. And that's the end of another great GPS over. Gary.
Things here, get those last 3 wickets. You don't want to have a situation where the tail wags here and they get extra runs. It just causes more frustration here for the guys. They've played the game with high spirits. It's been good bowling, good line. So I think, Nick, more importantly for Zimbabwe, just wrap this innings up, get them out here cheaply. Oh, it starts off with a wide. Bit of a oohs and ahs here for the moment, but the umpire, Ivan de Jong, just is wide. And it's GG. Tosses it up nicely in the slot, and it gets punished. And it's going to go for 4 runs here. So on that occasion, GG just tossing that ball up a little too full. And he gets dispatched for 4 runs.
Yeah, and straight away they're going to send the top fielder out to that cover boundary, Rory McWade. A really fit individual, this McWade. Represented Zimbabwe in 6 national sports. Decathlon, cricket. I think he represented the rugby side as well, and then judo and karate.
Wow, what an athlete. What an athlete.
Floated up here by GG, and it's a late cut to GPS. And they have surpassed the target you set for them, going on to 73 now.
Yeah, surprisingly, commentator's curse has gone the opposite. I said it could be a 130 here now. Now we're only joking. Here. Look, this is the 30th over, only 15 overs remaining, so something's going to have to happen here now. Last 15 overs, maybe get some extra runs. That's nicely tossed up by Gigi. He looks to toss the ball really high. Gives it a bit of I would say a lob or a bit of a flight. Don't know what the word is to use. Maybe you can correct me there, Nick.
Oh, it's my first time seeing him bowl here, so we'll just watch this action. He does seem to put a lot of flight onto the ball. The tail ender just has to sort out his gloves. Another great delivery there, and quickly points to the mid-on. Just make sure he gets down to save that no run there again. So building pressure are Zimbabwe. That one a bit flatter. And the bowler does the fielding off his own bowling there. So still keeping all the fielders in the inner ring. That one's floated up, but batsman just decides that he's got plenty of time here, does Amir. And a forward defence shot there straight back to Gary Griffiths. And that's the end of the 30th over. And Zimbabwe find themselves in a great position here. The American A veteran, 73 for 7. And we'll be back with you shortly after this break. Welcome back to the final power play as indicated there by Chris Roos on the far side. Zimbabwe looking to bowl out this American A side as quickly as possible and get their batters in. It will be interesting to see if they will go to lunch or if they will start the second innings and then take a break later on. As this goes straight up. And it lands in everyone's favorite fielding position, no man's land.
For the moment, there's a bit of excitement there going.
Yeah, and they just come through for the single again, so an opportunity for them to get 2 runs there, but not looking to add too much emphasis to their run in between the wickets, the American side. Maybe going to try deal in boundaries, although we haven't seen much of the sort. Tossed up there by Pentland Smith, seemingly getting a lot of bounce from that side of the track. Another good delivery by Gary Pentland Smith. Outside the off stump, batsman flays that one. McGregor just... McDonald just gloves it neatly. He's had a good day behind the stumps, has the captain. That one floated up to the heavens and comes down onto the toe, but well played again by the batsman, showing a lot of patience. Yeah, there is the tail ender. Often you see the ball flighted up above the eye line and their eyes become saucers and they want to smack it to the boundary, but not this batsman. This time tries to cut one.
Play across the lines.
As we're just going to zoom into things here. And GPS looks to land it there. It's driven into the covers, into the space. Shadders moves well to his left. But just again a single from the American side, and that will be the end of this over. Another good over here by Gary Pentland Smith, enjoying his last time out for the Zimbabwe veterans. Over 60 side. A couple of words there with the captain, maybe asking, does he have one more?
Yeah, I was about to say, why not have one more? It is your last game, so you got nothing to lose really. Just give it a no, empty the tank as they say. So yeah, let's score now 75 for 7, and then that partnership, amazingly, partnership is 13 runs. Wow, that's impressive. We haven't really noticed that. 13 runs, and it's that man Gigi, as you say, Gary Griffiths. He's going to continue into his second over. What I like about Gary Griffiths, he's not scared to flight the ball up. He gives it a nice. There we go. There's it. As you can see, throws the ball up really nicely in the air, pitches it up nice and full. And he can also vary his deliveries. He can pull the quicker one. So, yeah, Gigi has been really impressive so far. Although he's been a bit expensive in that first over. It's gone for 6 runs. Nicely flighted, and that's well played. So straight to the fielder there for no run. So, yeah, Gigi. What can he do here? Can he pick up a wicket here? As I said, Zimbabwe needs to wrap this up now. Nicely tossed up. Oh, that's lovely played. And you can hear the words of encouragement. Good bowling here from Gigi. Oh, and that's firmly struck to the fielder. What I like about this, Nick, about his overs, Gigi, gets to the overs really quickly. Gets really quickly to the overs. Bowls really quickly. Doesn't allow the batsman to settle. Oh, and his eyes just lit up there. The batsman completely misses it. And he's going to cross over here for 1 run. What does the umpire say? No, in fact, he's got some bat on that. I thought it was actually a leg by. I think he's deceived us all there. It's got sort of a bottom edge, I think, of the bat there on that occasion. So it's the final delivery of Gigi. It's got through this over really fast. That's probably be the quickest over of the inning so far. And that's well played. Good defense, well blocked out there. And as I said, that's probably the quickest over of the innings. And that's the end of the 32nd over. And that score now 76 for 7. Well done, Gigi. Keeping it tight, only conceding 1 run there.
Yeah, another good over there by Gary Griffiths. Very passionate cricketer is Gary, and he'll be happy with his bowling effort so far. And it's going to be a GPS coming in. He's got 2 overs left in his spell. He'll look to finish here. 3 for 14. The elusive 5-wicket haul on the plate for him. Yeah, he tosses it up. It's off the bat to the leg side, but doesn't go very far. And just slow moving here by the American batsman, not looking to really build any total of significance. Maybe just looking to enjoy some time out in the middle, these two batsmen. Punches one off the back foot to the covers. Peter Sands, Thomas the Bonk. Some solid fielding in the cover region. Again, no single. Not willing to take on the fielders are the American A side. That one's flighted up.
Oh,
it's played short to Griffiths. He has a diving effort to his left, but it goes into the mid-wicket area. Mark van Staden will tidy it up here for GPS. Gary Griffiths thought he was in there with a chance. Really tough chance at the age of 60-odd. It really has been an entertaining game with all these wickets being taken early on. 77 for 7. Those of you that enjoy numbers or like looking at that scoreboard. And the lefty has a big tonk to the lefts. And it's straight to the bonker, a good fielder. One of the top fielders in the side is Peter Sands Thomas. Worked off his legs back to mid-wicket. Sands Thomas again in the action. And that's the end of another good over. Pentland Smith 3 for 15 after 8. You can't do any more than that as a bowler for your captain. And I'm sure Greg McDonald will be very pleased with the spinners' figures so far. 1 to come from Gary Pentland Smith, and I'm sure it will be a bit of an emotional over, knowing it's your last over, or probably his last over. I don't think he'll make the match day side for tomorrow. And he has been fantastic for the Zimbabwe's veterans over the years, as Gary Pentland Smith. This tournament, phenomenal while on the field. Bagging himself a couple of wickets on Friday. I believe he took 3 there for 21. And today with another 3. So he'll be telling his captain, why haven't you picked me in all the games? Let me bowl a bit more. And that one, another one on the stumps there by GG. Doing the business is Gary Griffiths. As I say, these Zimbabwe guys have all known each other roughly since school days. They've played against and with each other.
wow, that's a long time, eh?
So some of them 63, 64 years. If you think you started playing cricket at maybe the age of 9 or 10, they've been playing for a good 50 years together and know each other well. So it will be quite a sad time as we hear something there and a bit of an appeal, but maybe the keeper just trying to put off the umpire De Jong, but up to the task is the veteran umpire and signals a wide.
Yeah, and Nick, that's a very good point you made there. We'll just touch on that point now. Tosses it up, and well played. Yeah, that's maybe another point you made about, these guys are playing perhaps for 50 years together. That's maybe the reason why there's so much cohesion, and that's the reason why maybe they're doing that well in this tournament, because they know each other that well. They play with each other for many years, and also they understand what they want to achieve. I think they know what their goals are. So it's possibly a lot of cohesion, a lot of continuity, and the players knowing each other inside and out. That's really an advantage for them. And that's the end of the over now, end of the 34th over, and 78 for 7. I'm sure you can touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, so the guys based in Harare, there's a 17-man squad that they brought over here to Cape Town. And out of the 17, I believe there are 12 based in Harare still. They get together every Tuesday evening for a practice and Sunday morning for a 3-hour middle. What they do is they practice at the same sports club, and they get the groundsman and the barman to come out and field. They've got 2 batsmen going at a time and 2 bowlers rotating and about 13 fielders. So it makes it more difficult for the batsmen to find singles, and it is why they've got such a good bond. So they at least meet twice a week. As we see a big shot there and looking for a third stump in, but looks the wrong direction, does Greg McDonald there, and I'll definitely remind him about that one later. A very lovely man, Greg McDonald, great sense of humor, and as mentioned before, very humble, and I enjoy chatting to him about the different stats and how he sets his fields, and very smart cricket captain. As we see almost another opportunity there, and this time fumbles it, does McDonald. So yeah, as I was saying, they meet twice a week to practice on a Tuesday evening, and I'm very sure, as you'll see after the game, they enjoy a couple of cold ones, so I'm sure the practice is sometimes an hour longer, and 1 hour on the field and 1 hour in the bar. Tosses up, drives it through the covers. It's a great shot there, and Van Staden needs to do a lot of work here to stop it from getting to the boundary, and he'll just softball it underarm to the bowler. So they meet twice a week just for cricket, but they're such good friends with each other as well that I'm sure that they do meet up for birthdays and other occasions. Yeah,
it's good to see. I think it's good to see that camaraderie within cricket, the spirits playing a good game, and yeah, nicely bowled there. And also, just in general, I think for Zimbabwe cricket, it's really good to see that all these legends still stay with each other, still keep in contact. And as you say, they probably have an hour off the field and an hour on the field. So it means that they really have good relationships off the field and on the field. And it's a good thing for the cricket as well. Just hope that, making on that point, I hope that it can actually filter down to the other sides, because we definitely like to see Zimbabwe qualify for a World Cup, and also with the amount of talent they have, definitely in the future like to see them at either T20 World Cup or 50 over World Cup. That being the national side I'm talking obviously about.
Yeah, and I'm sure they would like to see it as well. Many of these players are just 60, 61, so coming up from the over 50 veteran side in the last year or two, and the majority of this side, if not all of them, will be available to go to Toronto, besides Gary Pentland-Smith, who we know this is his last tournament. And that's the end of Pentland-Smith's spell there. A fantastic spell, handshakes and hugs from all over the captain, the last one to go up to him there. And fantastic figures, Gary Pentland-Smith, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs for 3 at an economy of 1.89. What a way to bow out of representing your country. A very proud country is Zimbabwe, and Pentland-Smith there, one of the proudest men you'll meet, loves to speak about his country, and has often said when the boys come down that they'll stay at his bed and breakfast so they can have a good catch up. I'm sure maybe a wet hour or two out there for Pentland-Smith as well. Playing cricket with your mates for 40 odd years. as this USA side make their way to 80 runs now, getting closer to that 100 score. Just a milestone they'll be aiming for. Some of the fans around us here getting a bit frustrated with the style of cricket, hoping for some more runs. Often there is a single or two out there, Mubin, but not willing to run between the wickets or the American batting pair.
Yeah, there we go. That's a shot in the gap, giving himself a bit of width and on the bat foot and a cut. It's going to be cut off here, and they're going to get 3 runs, so that's good running. That is good running. In fact, it's 2 runs, beg your pardon. 2 runs there. I thought for the third one they were actually going to go for it, but at the last moment they just decided they're going to get 2 runs only. So there's some intent. There's a bit of hope here where they can get to 100. The other game in Peniel, they managed to get 101 bowled out, so they are on par to get 100 here, Nick. And yeah, they've shown they can get 100 at least on the board, and at least possibly a competitive total. But against the Zimbabwean side, won't be much of a tough task for them. I think it'll be easy going for them, given that they've had 4 guys that have scored 100s. Oh, that's played in the air, and that's well struck, and it's a 4. So Big here, he's not hanging around. He's going for it now. He is looking to score, and all of a sudden, 2 shots played, and the game has come a bit of alive here. It's been a bit quiet. It's been a bit dull. The game has been dragging along, but it's come alive here slowly but surely.
Yeah, it certainly is a couple of boundaries there, and just want to take this time to just give a shout out to Stuart Water, the TLO. As we see one there, it's cut off the back foot through the hands of, looks like John O'Lane there. And Gary Griffiths will be a slight.
It frustrates him because at one stage they could have bowled him out for 70 or 75, but it looks like 90 for 7. This partnership's growing. 28 runs. Can you believe it? Nick, time has just gone by so fast. And We're in 37 overs. So still 8 overs to go. You never know. We made a bit of a joke earlier, but 120, 130 could be possible here. You never know. With these two batting here, might be a funny statement earlier to have made, but they still on par here. You never know. You absolutely never know here.
Yeah, that 120, 130 score came from your difficult question, what I think might be a decent total. And I think from that situation, if they can get to 120, 130, they'll certainly be very happy about that.
90 for 7. 90 for 7. 90. 90.
90 for how many overs?
37.
37.
Still 8 to go. Yeah, they can get a good total here. There's a lot of overs.
8 overs to go. Looking to go at 5 runs and over. That would get them to that elusive 130. But the running between the wickets will be vital. Zimbabwe is still crowding the inner ring. Only 2 fielders out. And he sweeps it around to square leg. But Sans Thomas dives to his left. Nicknamed the Duracell by Eugene Molian for that type of effort. And they've got 2 fielders here to the leg side mid-on and deep mid-wickets. Just off the boundary though. And Griffiths tosses it up. And that goes to fan favourite Walton. I think he's only Stacey's favourite because he was the player that gave her one of the plain shirts at the last tournament. And she has a LaRue here on her back. As that one's tossed up and they thought they were in with another stumping opportunity. And every time Stace walks around the field, they seem to be in with the wicket.
That 130 there, we're looking at that scorecard now at the moment. We're looking at all the bowlers there, and we have to say the pick of the bowlers, as you said, GPS, Pentland Smith, he picked up 3 wickets for 17 runs. And the economy, impressive economy, 1.89 per over. So really impressive stuff there from GPS. He was the pick of the bowlers. And then the other guy was Andy Walton up front. He was also very good. Picked up 2 wickets for 15 runs in his 6 overs. So yeah, good bowling from Zimbabwe. I feel that they just sort of taking the foot of the pedal here at the moment. Game is dragging along here, and you never know. USA could get that 120, 130 that I put the commentator's curse on. I said they could be bowling, get bowler for 70, and then I said, you know what, perhaps that could be doubled to get to 130. So you never know here. Something can still happen. And oh, it's another more buys here. Oh, this is very frustrating here for the Zimbabwean side. In fact, no, the umpire scored dead ball there. Scored dead ball. Just waiting for confirmation of why he's calling dead ball. Oh, in fact, the umpire says no shot offered, and the umpire Chris Rowe is just signaling dead ball. So no shot was offered there. So we're still on 38.1 overs. Yeah, but that's not the reason why he can't.
So that's into the air, and it looked to be a great catch there by Gary Griffiths. Ball popping out as his elbows hit the ground. He moves swiftly to his right.
Oh, Zimbabwe. Really taking this game deeper.
So it is a rule that has come into cricket that if you don't offer a shot and it goes for a bar or a leg bar, that you can't run an extra one because you get in an unaided advantage. So good to see the umpires on top of the rules there.
Yeah, and just importantly for that as well, we know cricket's a batting game or batsman's game, you know. Well, it's batting now with women's cricket, so it's a batting game. So that's Andy Walton. He was that opening bowler, so he's just looking to complete his 9 overs here now. He's in his 7th over. It's been impressive so far. He's picked up that 2 wickets for 16 runs. So for the Zimbabwe, I'll say it again, I need to try and wrap up this innings as quick as possible because there is still 5 overs left, and there has been a bit of a frustrating period for them. Oh, and there we go. I just said it. They're going to wrap it up this innings. That is well taken by the wicketkeeper. It was edged. In fact, got the outside edge there, and wicketkeeper just dived to his right hand side and took it. In the end, it was a good catch. Very difficult chance, but he took it. So well done to Zimbabwean wicketkeeper and the captain. And I just spoke about it. Andy Walton is in about to finish his 9 overs, and he comes back, bowled well up front, and now, perhaps, if I look at it now, Nick, maybe they could have brought him on earlier in the context of this game.
Yeah, we've got a fan walking around us here, just asking why Walton wasn't brought on earlier into the game, but I think the captain just trying to set up plans and strategies for tomorrow's final. So just bringing him back later on, just making sure his body is still able to come back after a fielding session and still land on line and length, and straight away worrying the batsman. Actually looking a bit quicker in this spell early on than he did in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a bit of a rejuvenated energy, fresh legs here, as we say. And as you see there, look at that field, 2 slips, a man close in, and all the fielders are in the circle. Oh, and he gets the edge, but just lands in no man's land there. So they just want to wrap up things here now. Get that last weekend. The last man at the crease is Mukund Patel, by the way. So, Walton, let's wrap it up here. The captain says, let's get this last wicket and bowl the USA veterans out for 100 here. Here we go, Andy Walton. Oh, and he's clean bowled him. I just hit it. The captain has told him, just get it done, guys. And there we go, that last wicket. And he gets clean bowled. Andy Walton, fantastic. As I said, I thought he should have been brought on earlier. This game could have been much, much different. But nevertheless, the captain was giving his other bowlers a run. And Andy Walton he ends on 4 for 16. So he's been impressive. There's that wicket. There's that sort of scorecard here now in front of us, Nick. So Zimbabwe has bowled out the USA veterans for 94 after 39 for 5. And Andy Walton, the man up front there, he's been impressive. 4 for 16. And then your favourite player, GPS, Nick, 3 for 17. And then if you could just run us to the batting.
Yeah, a bit of a sad scorecard there for the USA A-side batsmen. Nakvi showed a bit of promise, getting 17 for 46. Bharat Patel, unbeaten, 13 of 34, was one of the batters in that second last big stand. And Raj Kosji, 13 of 35. But we'll be back with you after a 45-minute lunch break here. Zimbabwe veterans over 60s needing 95 runs to win. As we see a nice round of applause happening here for Gary Pentland Smith. He knows it's his last game. Some handshakes and a guard of honor happening. I wish we could get it on screen for you, but it's fantastic to see for GPS. And we'll be back with you after this lunch break.
Bonus point, please. Bonus point.
Are we on? On. Good afternoon and welcome to the Claremont Cricket Club here in Constantia, Cape Town, in the province of the Western Cape, in the beautiful South Africa. And if you've just joined us now, we're here for the contest between the Zimbabwean veterans and the USAA veterans. And the news from the Middle East here, I'm joined by Nick Clegg, my fellow commentator. And just the news from the Middle East that Zimbabwe, they chose to bowl first and they bowled out the USAA side for 94 runs. So for victory, Zimbabwe will need 95 runs here to win this game. And obviously tomorrow's the final, so this is good preparation for them. And I'm not alone always, as I mentioned, I'm with Nick. Good afternoon, Nick, and welcome back.
Good afternoon, and thank you for leading us back here after lunch. We can see straight away a change in the batting order. John O'Lane is going to open, and he will be accompanied with Mark van Staden. That's a good opportunity for John O'Lane. He's previously scored 106, not in this tournament, but that is his highest score, and the first 94 runs of those 106 came in boundaries. It shows his dislike for running between the wickets, and he says he's now semi-retired from running twos in the game of cricket. So you can look for a couple of slow singles or some big hefty blows to the boundary from John O'Lane. And Mark van Staden really good running between the wickets. So these two are going to have to communicate well. The one man loves to run and the other not so much. As see the start of the innings here, and that's just outside off stump. Nicely defended, and looks like it's Pardeep Gill who's going to open the bowling for America A.
Yeah, I've been following the USAA side very closely. I've commented a couple of games, but I have to say Pardeep, he's the guy he's the dangerous man up front. He swings the ball nicely, and he's a very difficult customer to face, so it's not going to be easier up front. Oh, and there you see it. I just spoke about it. There's that swing. Look at that ball, Nick. Oh, that ball just came way. It was a bit like a spin ball, but it was actually swing there. So I've spoken about it, and he is really effective up front here. So the Zimbabwean guys, they're going to have to just be careful here with that swing, because Pardeep, if he lands it in the good areas, they're going to be in trouble. Oh, just a little bit outside off stump there. Bit of a full toss. That occasion just full and wide. But I'm saying it again, Pardeep, just watch out for him. Watch out for that swing. And he doesn't have a lot of pace, Nick. He's a bit of a slow bowler. But what he does is he just nips that ball back. And you just never know with him what ball's coming. There we go, that swing again. And that's well played there. And Zimbabwe, they get off a mark immediately. As that man, John O'Lane. And they get 2 runs. So, yeah, good start here from Zimbabwe. And they're off the mark.
A rare 2 runs there from John O'Lane. He certainly doesn't love to run between the wickets. Prefers to deal in boundaries. And this time drives it through the covers and it beats the fielder. Doesn't have the power to get to the boundary. It's maybe just going to stop. It looks like it might be hugging that boundary rope. We'll have to hear from the fielder. And they come through for 3 runs there. The umpire just checking. And no boundary there. Some clarity from the cover fielder. And John O'Lane now will be exhausted on the opposite end there. A 2 and then a 3. Certainly not on the spreadsheet. And not going according to plan here for John O'Lane. Likes to deal in boundaries. And now we see Mark van Staden get to face Gill. That ball's wide outside off stump. Van Staden can't put away that cut shot. Loves to play the cut shot. Van Staden spoke to me before the game and said he'll never stop playing it. It's a play and miss, and that's the end of the first over. A good start here for Zimbabwe. 5 without loss. And just 90 more runs to go for victory.
Yeah, 90 runs to go for victory here, and let's hope that the Zimbabwean veterans can get this game nice and quickly done here, because they started fast out here. So let's see if they can maintain the pace here of getting this game over and done with. Spoke to some of the fans and some of the spectators and some of the team players, and they said we're looking to finish this game early. We want to enjoy our Sunday afternoon. So let's see if they go with this aggressive approach, Nick. But so far, so good. And the other man from the far side of your screen is Syed Abid Nakvi. He'll be bowling. And he's the spinner, of course. So let's just see what the approach is going to be from John O'Lane and Mike van Staden. Are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to be looking to score? Or are they going to be, scoring a bit slow? Time will tell. But just a couple of field changes here as well. There's only 2 men on the leg side. And there's a first slip and a second slip and a gully as well. Point, mid-wicket, mid-off. So only two players on the leg side. One at square leg and one at mid-on. So, yeah, here we go. We're ready to play. Syed Abid Nakvi, he's going to be bowling his first over. We're into the second over. And of course, he's the captain as well. I've just been reminded. Slipped my mind, he's actually the captain. And also he batted really impressively earlier, Nick.
Yeah, steady innings there. You would have liked to add more to the score sheet, but ran out of partners at the back end of the innings. And John O'Lane just taking his time to set here. A couple of slips in. And there's a genuine edge and disappointment from the captain. You never want to see that so early. Your captain shouting at you as a fielder. The slips are set quite deep for someone of his pace. They maybe need to step up 2 or 3 meters. The keeper might want to stand up to the stumps, because the ball is not going to carry through at that speed. That was a big slash there from Lane. And this time drives it through the covers. They have a sweeper fielder out on the cover boundary, so they'll just push through for 1. Lane looking excited, looking like he wanted to come back for a second. Obviously feels confident against the bowling of Nakvi. And still the 2 slips in play here for Van Staden. The captain really thinking he's going to get a lot of away movement from the batsman, yeah. Van Staden, as you see, always sets up on leg stump. Likes his bat to do the work in front of the wickets. Gets his pad out the way. Looks like there's a 7-2 split in the field. Just a fielder at square leg and mid-on. So plenty of space on the leg side, and Van Staden finds it. He whips it off his legs. And that's going to go down to fine leg, the vacant fine leg, for 4 runs. And a good start here against the captain, by Van Staden.
As I told you, Nick, we've spoken to the Zimbabwean management and players and fans, and they said they're looking to finish this game off, and they're going to have a couple of cold ones after the game. So, yeah, they're looking to score. The intent is quite clear there. They're not going to hang around here a very long time. They want to score, and it's a really good start. I have to say, Mike van Staden just punishing that loose delivery going down leg side, and finally sweep there on the fine leg boundary. So 4 runs, and Zimbabwe 10 for naught here, going well. That's well played, well defended. Getting behind the ball nicely, blocking it out. It's good stuff here from Mike van Staden.
Yeah, still going with that 7-2 split, so he needs to keep the ball outside off stump. Doesn't want to fray onto the legs of Van Staden. And that's the perfect delivery there. Just pitching on off and moving slightly away from the batsman. Trying to bring his slips into play. They still look like they're standing a bit too deep. That one is wide. Van Staden looks to cut it, but leaves it. And the umpire says there's no need for extra deliveries here. And that's the end of the second. 85 more to go. 10-0 after 2. It's all fun and games here in the commentary box. bit of lunch has made the fans happy, yeah, and
Got somebody rejuvenated energy here in the comedy box. And Sherry Lee's awake, guys.
no, we've had fantastic visuals here from Pitch Vision and their team, and I'm sure Bandile is out there somewhere in the Cape listening to all of us. And Bandile, thank you for leading us so well this week.
Oh!
And that
He's
one
He's bowled him.
cuts back in, and it looks like it's hit the top of off stump there. It's a little handshake between John O'Lane and Gill. And Lane had his opportunity at the top there, but unable to take it. John O'Lane usually bats 7 or 8 in the Zimbabwe lineup, so they were just giving him a chance at the top of the order. But here comes the man of the tournament so far, Andy Walton, with scores of 107, 89, 68 and 47. He certainly will look to be there at the end. And he is an aggressive batsman, often scores quicker than a runner ball. So it will be interesting to see how he goes along in this innings.
Yeah, Nick, I did say it in the previous over when Paradeep opened the bowling. I said to you guys, it's really good up front. And that swinging delivery, you just never know. I did say it on commentary. I warned you guys. I said to you, I watched this guy bowl really closely. He just swings the ball and he nips it back really nicely. And you just never know. on the run rate. It's 4.7. So they are moving along here really nicely. That occasion, another misfield there. So fielding so far, 2 misfields. We don't want to be too harsh on the USA veteran, but in this type of game, you need to save all those type of runs. You know, in a tight game, you want to have your fielders at best as possible and sharp. There we go. That's a nice cut. And the fielder on the cover, he's going to come around the cover boundary. They're going to come back for 2 runs. So that man, Andy Walton, as you said, Rick, he's been very, very impressive in this tournament. So don't be surprised to see another 50 coming up here. It's a bit early to say, but you never know.
Yeah, he will look to get to that milestone, and he's going to have to bat aggressively to get there with such a small target. Four fielders out now on the leg side for Gill. That ball swings in, but it's well played into the covers, and it breaks through the fielder's hands again. So some poor fielding at the moment from this American A side. The ball doesn't make it to the boundary. And 2 runs to the bat of Van Staden.
Yeah, I touched on it. That's probably the 3rd misfield we have here now. Unfortunately, as I said, a tight game. When you're defending such a low total, I mean, you expect a bit of extra energy in the field and a little bit more enthusiasm. And just keeping things tight. I think fielders need to help the bowlers here. It's not going to be easy defending that small total, Nick. So a guy like Pardeep, who bowls really well, he needs support from his fielders. Pardeep here. Oh, and once again, coming back nicely there. But batsman just cross over for that run, and Andy Walton will be on strike here. That was Mike van Staden getting that single. Oh, now the delivery nipping back there from Pardeep. Tell you, this man is in business here. He knows how to bowl in these right areas in these conditions. Suits him very nicely with this overcast condition, so he's taking full advantage of the conditions here. Oh, on that occasion, that was wide. The umpire there, Ivan Pilos de Jong, just signaling wide. That was nearly off the pitch there. But well taken by Peter Jones, the wicketkeeper. It wasn't easy to catch those ones, so well taken in the end.
And just played short into the covers by Waltz, and a great single there. Called it straight away as he was on the move. And just a thumbs up to Van Staden on the opposite end, just saying well done there. And that's what they're going to look to do, get this run rate moving through singles and 2s, and then the bad delivery they'll look to put away. Just played off the legs to mid-wicket. He goes down to try to stop the ball. Unable to do so, but mid-on runs in quickly into the ring. Gathers it, and that will be the end of the 5th over. 24 for 1. At the same stage, USAA were 14 for 2. So Zimbabwe ahead of the run rate here, and a good start between Andy Walton and Mark van Staden as we see the bonk stroll past. Good efforts in the field today. Much better, but keeping all the energy for the final tomorrow. Zimbabwe looking to go all the way.
Yeah, we just look at that scorecard here, and so far so good here. 24 for 1 here after 5 overs, and there we see just that one dismissal so far in the innings, and that was John O'Lane, who's as Nick Hill said, he's been promoted up the order today. He normally bats at number 7 or 8. Today he's opening the batting. So just unfortunately couldn't cash in, but it was an opportunity for him there at the top. Nonetheless, back to the action, and we have the first bowling change, and it's that man, I said correctly, Sarajariam. He'll be into the attack here. The spinner. Oh, tosses it up nicely, and it's there's a guy on the fence. He'll come around, he'll save it. They're looking to go for second. Yes, they're going to get the second. So fielding, it's no urgency in the field whatsoever here. That should not have been 2 runs, but anyway, Sankar Jayaram, he concedes that 2 runs of his first ball. Nicely tossed up, and once again played on the offside. Gets another single. You know, in this situation, you have to ask yourself, Nick, what is their plan here? What are they trying to do? Because the score's ticking along nicely. They're going at about 5 and over. They've only picked up 1 wicket. They seriously need 1 wicket now to come again, because these 2 guys, if they settle down, this game could be really, I don't want to say finished up in early, but it could become a bit messy for the USA. I'm just putting it lightly there, Nick. Oh, bowler unfortunately couldn't stop that one, and they cross over for another single.
Good fielding effort there from the bowler as he goes down to try to stop that ball that rolls past him. Unfortunately, this time, not able to get the left paw out quick enough to stop that ball from rolling to mid-off. Walton comes down the track and just plays it to a long on. And to my right, I see the man of the moment, Stuart Botha, TLO of the table toppers, Zimbabwe. Stuart Botha, please come take a seat here and let's hear some commentary from you. We'd love to know what... We'd love to know what's happening there in the dugout with Team Zimbabwe. Oh, he's found himself a chair at the back. Stuart, the man with the plan. He knew he was coming, so he put a chair here at lunchtime. Stu, what's the word there just in between the overs here in the Zimbabwe dugout? Are they feeling comfortable chasing this total?
Yes, the guys are feeling very comfortable. They're looking to get through these overs here, taking it 1 run at a time, keeping some runs for tomorrow.
Just touching on that, going back to the cricket now, just your side, Zimbabwe, they've done really well, and tomorrow will most likely be the final. So I just want to ask you the golden question. I've asked Stacey, the fan, earlier. Do you think Zimbabwe will win this tournament and win that final tomorrow?
I think what stood out for me from the Zimbabwean side is they've played as a real team unit. Absolutely. So everybody's contributed every day. Different guys have put up their hands on different days, and I think that's important to getting into the final. And I think tomorrow the big players will step up, and we will absolutely take the trophy tomorrow. I'm 100% confident of that.
Wow, that's nice to hear. Nick, we have a very confident Stuart here, so it's nice to hear that. Stuart, my last question before Nick takes over. I asked Stacey that earlier. Any favourite player or any guy you really like in this team that stands out for you?
Without a doubt, it'll have to be the Zimbabwean captain. Greg, he's taken a wonderful catch earlier, one-handed catch.
Tell us why.
That's why. He's a great leader. He's a great thinker of the game. He reminds me of my older self. I can see myself in the future being Greg McDonald, he's led his troops, made some vital calls in some games where he just turned the game based on a bowling change.
Fantastic. And then just last message from me. Any message for fans, cricket lovers, anyone around the world? Because we're having this broadcast here. We have Sherry Lee sitting on the side here with us from Pitch Vision. She's done a magnificent job. Just any words for fans, cricket lovers of Pitch Vision and watching out there?
It's actually non-cricket related. But if you look at over-60s, if you think in your life you can't achieve anything, you just have to look at these guys living out their dreams here, playing heartfelt every day. So if you're out there and you're listening and you think you can't achieve anything, think again, because like these guys out here, you can be the best version of yourself.
That is fantastic. Some wise words there. I think that words are going to be taken from the viewers and listeners of Pitch Vision. I think that's some really wise words from Stuart. So we'd like to say thank you, Stuart. But in fact, before you go, just Nika has a couple of words to say as well.
Stu, a lovely day, and your boys were meant to play in some finals today. Do you maybe want to just punt what finals they were in there, and the disappointment of it being rained out? So we've had a lot of rain here in the Cape, so some cricket games around this weekend just weren't able to be played.
Yeah, there's a recently formed MSL cricket tournament for age groups under 11 to under 18, and we were Thanks, Nick. It's been an absolute pleasure for me, and what an experience. I've taken leave from my normal day job, and I'm not sorry I did. The Zim guys are absolutely amazing. I've surely made lifelong friends if that's possible.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and like you said, that bat of Andy's, the ball just sounds different. He did promise it to me after. I can touch it after tomorrow. And will he get another milestone today? He's batted so well for Zimbabwe. Just looks so assured when he gets to the wicket.
Yeah, I've actually asked that question to my fellow commentator Nick on a couple of occasions. I said to Nick, he's been giving him all the praises and he's saying how well he's been batting in this tournament. So I actually asked him, do you think he'll get another 50 here? Because, he's looking in good touch here. Quite a solid player. He defends well, he attacks well, and he always looks to score. I think that's the most important part. He looks to score. He has a positive mindset of always looking to get runs. So Yeah, it's looking good here so far, and that's the end of the 8th over, and it's 45 for 1. Stu, before we let you go, Stuart, you've given us advice here, but just for fans and for people here in Cape Town, South Africa, and for anyone who wants to join a cricket club scene, any advice for them here? Because you've given us some wide words, for the over-60s guys here, but what about the youngsters that want to play cricket as well?
Great question. The youngsters' numbers are dwindling, especially in junior cricket. We find less and less kids taking up cricket.
But why? Can I ask you a question? Why do you think that?
It's because there's
social media?
more fun activities outside, quicker action like T20, T10. See the kids enjoying that. Sports like basketball have taken over. As a cracking shot once again. That just cracks off the sound of the bat, the ball of the bat. It's gone for 4 more. So if we get more players playing, getting club cricket back, and that's why these competitions that's running, it's vital to get the youth playing and ensuring that we can grow our numbers to ensure that we keep our sport growing.
That's fantastic. It's great to speak to you today, and I think Nick, we did say off air, Roger Malt, the director of the tournament, he did say he wants to have interviews with all of us today. He wants to chat a little bit also about the tournament itself and how it's gone. So we'll try and get him as well. But back to the action. That's another shot over the top and another 4 runs. So the Zimbabwean guys, Andy Walton specifically, he's going after every ball now. He's not going to hang around here. That's 2 impressive shots, and he goes quickly to 31 runs off 23 balls. Fantastic stuff here.
And that's the 50 runs coming up for Zimbabwe. 53 for 1. Chasing 95. That one just back of a length by Gill, and tried to work off the pads. He misses it, but we see the flamingo come out, and it's a leg by there. But Walton, a smart batsman, needs to get himself onto the other end, waiting for the new over. They've tried to spread their field as much as possible, have the American A side. That one's wide outside off stump and slapped through the covers. That's going to race away for another boundary. Van Staden in on the act now. Great batting here by this pair of Zimbabwean batsmen. They're on 48 run partnership there.
Yeah, 48 runs. It's coming no time, eh?
Van Staden fends it to mid-wicket. And that's, I think there's still one delivery left there. Gill slow to get to the top of his mark. You can see the batsmen are asking for some refreshments to be brought on. There's a quick single here. Good running there to backward a square. And that's the end of the over. Zimbabwe now 59 for 1 after 9. At the same time, the USA A side were 23 for 2.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you make there. Quite a big difference in that margin there. 23 for 2 and 59 for 1. So maybe just the approaches from both sides as well. If you look at it, I think the Zimbabwean veterans, they look very aggressive from the top, and they look to score, where the USA side were losing wickets, and also it was not really a intent to score at times. So yeah, big difference, chalk and cheese, as we say. And after 9 overs is 59 for 1, and another 36 runs to win. So should be easier for Zimbabwe. Don't think anything can really happen here for them to lose this game, but You know, you and I said on commentary, cricket can be a strange old game. Anything can happen on the day. But I don't foresee anything happening strange here today. It looks like it's going to be one-way traffic.
Van Staden off the back foot cuts it into the covers. And they're going to look for two. A good run in there by Andy Walton, calling him through for a second. Running to the danger end. Stu, it's almost getting to that time where we see Walton opening up those shoulders. He's got that look in his eye that we speak of, and it looks like he went on strike. He might look to go over the top for one of those big sixes down the ground.
Yeah, they've been a joy to see. I mean, on Monday, I remember he hit one from the A field onto the B, nearly hitting someone on the B. And yeah, he's looking to open that shoulders. We've seen that pose before this week. I reckon a big six is en route.
Yeah, big six. You've called it, Stuart. You've said you want to see that big six coming out. Not yet. Well, let's see if it comes, you know. So far, we haven't actually, interesting, Nick, we actually haven't seen a lot of sixes today, you know. Actually, have we seen a six today? I'm just trying to think of it. No, we actually haven't. That's a good question. So, good point here, Stuart. Maybe a six coming up, you know, you never know. We've only seen a couple of fours here and a couple of twos and threes, so maybe that maximum is coming here today. Maybe.
Yeah, you think very fast there. You were thinking, and then all of a sudden the answer came. Like in a multiple choice test, pick C. Walton down the track. Nearly gets done by the flight of the delivery. Half-hearted appeal by the bowler. That ball just squirts to mid-wickets and a single taken by Andy Walton. He now goes on to 23. Oh, apologies there, 32. Thanks, Stu. The main commentator here in the middle of the commentary booth. And a quick single there from Van Staden. But you saw in that second last ball there that Walton faced. He looked to come down the track, and we've seen this story before. We just hope it's got the same ending, because when he starts to tee off, it really is a sight to behold.
Yeah, what I find really disappointing, and I don't want to be too harsh or be too critical, but we've seen about 9 or 10 fumbles in the field from the USA side, and yeah, it's really sad to see that fielding hasn't been really up to standard for them, and they'll be disappointed in that aspect of the game, because in such a close game you expect your fielders to just stand up a little bit and, you know, give your bowlers a little bit of assistance. But yeah, that's cricket for you. You can't always make everyone happy on the cricket field. But here we have that scorecard just coming up on your screen there, and 64 for 1. Zimbabwe just losing that one wicket. John O'Lane, he came up the order today, and he was bowled by Patil Gill, man on the boundary here, for 6 runs. And yeah, we have that bowling change now coming up, as you can see on the screen there. Just looks like, I think it's Mukund Patel. We're just waiting for the confirmation from the scorers, just to see if it's Mukund Patel bowling. Or in fact, we just have a wait. In fact, no, it's actually the other Patel. It's Bharat Patel. So Bharat Patel coming with the left arm over. Oh, and he starts nicely there. Gets a nice flight to delivery, and played off the pads nicely there. So yeah, it's actually the other Patel, not Mukund Patel, Bharat Patel. He's in attack now in his first over. Yeah, Stewie, do you think that the USA can pick up a wicket here, or do you think that 32 runs will become very quickly here?
I think there's every chance for a wicket when these two guys are looking to cut loose.
Oh, it's a big appeal.
And I think catching the batsman here in two minds. He's not sure whether to sweep or just knock it down the ground for one. I think the better option would be to knock it down to the long off boundary here and just get off strike. I think Andy's telling him exactly that right now.
Yeah, look, I've been impressed with Bharat Patel. 3 deliveries. He's hasn't been easy for the batsman to pick him up here so far in 3 deliveries. Hey, once again, nice length. That's nice and full. And you got to ask yourself, why is he maybe not the better option to maybe open the bowling here, because he looks, what I've seen here so far, it's looking good. Still got 2 deliveries to come as well, Bharat Patel. Now the tossed up delivery this time, just giving himself a bit of room, goes down leg side, and the umpire, Ivan Bylows de Jong, just signaling wide. And that'll be 30 more runs to win. He has to real bowl that delivery, unfortunately. Nicely tossed up, bit of a full toss, and okay, that's well fielded there. Much better in the field. As I mentioned, we've seen about 9 or 10 fumbles on that occasion. He cuts it off, so good work there. And the final delivery of the 11th over, Bharat Patel. Can he finish on a good note? Yes, he can. Beautiful bowling. Well played. Good forward defensive shot, and that's the end of the over. So it's 66 for 1 after 11 overs. And remember, we have the drinks break coming up at 15 overs. So another 4 overs to go. 29 runs to win.
Stewie, I'm glad you've seen what happens here in the comm box, and it's been such a pleasure to have you. But please don't run away. We need your insights here. I know the drinks break is one of your duties, but we've got Mama Sal over there, the captain's wife. And Van Staden cuts it through the covers. Will it beat the field? That does so. Is it going to roll to the boundary? It's not going to get there. They're going to have to run. Van Staden just looking to tire here, and Waltz looking for that third. We all know Waltz just wants to get on strike here. He saw that ball and he saw an opportunity. That one driven through the covers. Some great football skills there, but just getting past not controlling the ball as well as he would have liked. As a Man United fan, it reminds me of our defenders at the moment in the Premier League. Always letting one through the back. This time it's cut sweetly, and that's definitely going to race away. That's off the face. Waltz timing that superbly. He looks to add to his total. Stu, do you want to have this little time just to say some good words about Mama Sal and how good she's been to all of us, and inviting and a possibility in September, October on your horizon?
That's correct. Firstly, you see, he said stew and run away in the same sentence. Guarantee you there's no running from stew. Not as good as these guys out here. Yes, now Mama Sal's been terrific. They've invited us to Zimbabwe for the tournament later this year. We're definitely going to have a great time out in Zimbabwe. So anybody listening, if you need me to sign your autographs for you, I'll be there in September, October, with pen in hand. You can meet the man, the myth, the legend. Only joking. No, she's been wonderful. She's been helping me out here. My wife's also arrived, so that's why I can come sit comfortably with you guys and enjoy the cricket from a great viewing point here. And I reckon that 6 is imminent.
Oh, on that occasion, I think that should have been need for 6 there. Stewie, maybe give him a bit of a commentator's curse there. That was definitely waiting to be hit there for a 6. It was a full toss. Unfortunately, just didn't cash in there. So, just getting a single run there.
Yes, dipped late there. And his eyes lit up, but being the good batsman he is, decided against it. Not risking his wicket here, looking for a not out as well to take the team home, more importantly. And to add to his runs, because he is the leading run scorer for the week. It'd be great to get a not out here and take his team home.
76 for 1 at the end of that over. And the race is on here. Will Zimbabwe get to this total before the drinks break? It will be interesting to see from the umpires if there's just a run or two to get. Will they just decide to stay out there and play the 16th over if it needs to go that far? Or will they come off for drinks and then go back on? Depending how many runs are left, I think at the end of the 15th, they'll make that decision. As we see Gill just strolling down to us here at a long off. It's a good fielding position to have for Andy Waltz, but no long on at the moment, and he likes to go over that way. And he looks it straight down the ground. Long off needs to move to his left. It's missed by the cover fielder, and Gill does well on the boundary. That one keeping a bit low. We've seen some of those in the first innings. That's the first one in the second innings that we've seen keep low. So USA A side just not hitting the right line and length at the moment from this side of the track. And that's some good purchase off the wicket there, and Van Staden onto the back foot, squares him up a little bit, works it into mid wicket, but there is a fielder there, so no run for Zimbabwe. That ball tossed up, driven straight down the ground. The boot comes out from the bowler. Gill needs to move around to collect it. He does so nicely. Big call by Sherry. And that's driven into the cover. Some more football skills there by the American side. Mr. Gill, you're still very young in our eyes. Great bowling spell there, sir. It's a quicker ball through the air. Allows the batsman to flay it. It cuts it backward of point. And they'll just walk through for a single. So just dealing in singles at the moment are Zimbabwe, and that will be the end of the over. Zimbabwe now 80 runs for 1 wicket, just chasing that score of 95.
Yeah, and just to answer your question, 2 overs to go for that drinks break. So 15 runs, hopefully they can get that 15 runs, in that 2 overs here. Current run rate here 6.3, so going along really, really nicely. Mike van Staden, 31 runs so far, or 38. And then Andy Walton, the guy that we've been speaking all along about, he's been in magnificent form. He's raced away to 40 runs, and he's only just faced 32 balls. So he's really motored along here today and continuing that form throughout the tournament. 15 more runs to win, 13 overs, and we have a bowling change here as well. We have Angeli Everett. He's going to come into the attack. See what he can do today. And maybe Stuart, maybe we still see that 6 coming up. You spoke about that 6. We haven't seen the 6 in this innings. Maybe we see that maximum coming up here in this next 2 overs or so. Right, the man on strike, Mike van Staden, and the new bowler, Angeli Everett. Nasty cut and fielded there by Paratip Gill. As you see, the old man, he still says to us, the old man is still going and making him run quite a lot today, but he's still on his feet, still quite fit and quite strong. A good effort there in the field. Firmly seats down the ground, straight down the ground, and the man there at long off just cuts it off. Bit of a fumble, but luckily not any single taken, so just 1 run on that occasion. 14 more runs to win here. Oh, bit of an inside edge. Luckily, went straight to the fielder. Didn't go on the stumps this time.
Walton comes down the track and just flat bats it into the cover region. Just a single there. Van Staden forced onto the back foot, punches it down to a vacant mid-wicket, and they get through for a single. Forward defensive shot there, but still pushing it into the covers. They get one. There is a sweeper out on the cover boundary. So no chance of a two, but Walton makes sure he's on strike. And 84 for 1 at the end of that over. One more to go till drinks. 10 runs needed.
Overs. Runs. 11. This is 11. 10 or 11? It says 11, yeah. 11. 11. 11, yeah. 11 runs. 14 overs. How's it try? 11 runs. 11 runs more. He's at 6.
There's the big one from Walton to the leg side. The children need to watch out. And there's the big hit. 6 runs, the full toss. And taken full advantage of there by Andy Walton. He now marches to 48. Stuart, we've been mentioning it. We saw the look in his eyes. And we know he wants to get to that milestone. This time straight to the fielder, but unfortunately has to bend down to his shoelaces to catch that, and drops that one. It won't mean too much to the efforts of this game, but Walton will count himself lucky. Once again dropped. That's the 6th time this tournament Walton has been dropped. Just shows how hard he hits the ball. Much to the surprise of the scorers, Walton marches to 48 there, looking for another milestone in this tournament. Cuts it through the covers. Well, they look for 2, straight to the fielder though. Just the 1. I wonder if Walton knows how many runs he's on. Many batsmen, as talented as he is, can count their runs while they're batting. Me, I'm just trying to think how to breathe and run at the same time. Van Staden blocks it into the covers. No run there. That's a wide delivery, not what they want to bowl now at this stage of the game. 92 for 1 now, just chasing 96. We do apologize. I think we were saying the target was 95 earlier. But the target is 96. They set 95 in the first innings. Well, the score keeps changing here. It's a bit of a miracle. And it looks like they're not going to have the drinks break. They're just going to try finish this game off in the next over. There's just an over to go. This is sensible play by the umpires. Just the 3 runs needed. Walton, 1 run. So the milestone is achievable here for Andy Walton. If he gets it, this will be his 4th 50 in the tournament. 50 plus score. Just the 1 score of 47. And Walton plays it to the leg side, and that's his 4th 50 or plus score in this tournament. It's going to roll down to the boundary, and that will be the end of the game. An emphatic victory here for Zimbabwe. 5 out of 5 in this tournament. 96 for 1, chasing down the total in 15.2 overs. Beautiful innings there again by Andy Walton, the top run scorer in this competition. It's been a pleasure commentating this game and bringing it to you, and we look forward to seeing you in the final. Zimbabwe will wait to see who was victorious in that Impalas and Kudu's game, to see who they will take on tomorrow at Western Province Cricket Club.
Yeah, just to wrap up things here, thanks Nick, and thanks Stewie for joining us here on commentary. Just looking at that scorecard there, we saw that Zimbabwean veterans bowled out the USA veterans for 94, and we saw Andy Walton getting 4 for 16 and also picking up 53 runs. So surely he needs to be man of the match here. Good effort with the ball and the bat. And then we have some other guys like GPS, as you referred to, Nick. He picked up 3 for 17 as well. And Peter San Thomas and Rory McQuaid, they also chipped in with 1 wicket apiece. And then for the USA veterans, only the 1 wicket, and that was taken by Pardeep Patel Gill. And in the end, Zimbabwe made light work of this total. They reached the total in 15.1 overs, and the Zimbabwean victory is by 9 wickets. So from myself, Mubin Mohammed, and Nick Clegg, Stewart, and from Sherry Lee, the scorers, we'd like to say a very good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here, wherever you have joined us, whether it's around the world or whether it's in South Africa. We'd like to say thank you very much, and join us here tomorrow for the finals, and hopefully Zimbabwe will win that finals. They've been the side that's been unbeaten, so we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Goodbye.